Ordinary meeting of the Finance and Council controlled organisations. I think we're all here. I note that there's no public forum today. We have apologies so far from Councillor Mayhem and Councillor O'Malley. Are there any other apologies? Councillor Alfiso also. Was that advised to you, was it? Okay, thank you. I move from the Chair that the committee accepts the apologies from Councillor Mayhem, O'Malley and Laufiso, seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that carried. Item number 3, confirmation of the agenda. I move that the committee confirms the agenda without addition or alteration, seconded by Councillor Lucas. Any comment? Anyone? Everyone happy with the agenda? Okay, so having moved that, all those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that motion carried. Item 4 is declarations of interest. Members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. I add by reminding elected representatives that under the Local Government Act, our role is to represent the best interests of the city as a whole and not just any one area or group in the city. If there are no updates or changes to the declarations of interest, I move that that the committee notes the elected members' interest register and confirms the proposed management plan for elected members' interests. Seconded Councillor Lucas. All those in favour? Against? I declare the motion carried. Confirmation of the minutes. Item 5.1. Finance and Council Controlled Organisation Committee meeting on the 22nd of May 2024. Would someone like to move? Okay, so Councillor Lucas moves that the committee confirms the minutes of the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting held on the 7th of August as a correct record. Seconder, and Councillor Wiley. Everyone happy with the minutes? Any questions? Okay, since we're all happy with them, all those in favour? Against? I declare that motion carried. Part A reports. I'd invite our Chief Financial Officer, Carolyn Allen, to make any comments on the program.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, are there any questions regarding the Forward Work program? Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. Just in terms of clarification, because with our forward work plans, there's often critique of work being delayed. But considering that the investment plan is integral to our 9-year planning, can I just be assured that that work is progressing as planned and will be there to be lodged in as an integral part of the 9-year plan?
It is forming part of the 9-year plan work, but also dependent on Council's decision next week regarding Aurora.
No one else has any questions? I have one myself, and that's regarding, if we go to page 24, DCHL Parent Annual Report. I've always been a little bit confused by the relationship between the DCHL parent company and Dunedin City Holdings Limited itself. And note, I think, that we're to get a parent financial report presented in October. Carolyn, could you possibly explain the role of DCHL parent company in relation to Dunedin City Holdings Limited?
Thank you, Councillor. In the October council meeting, the council's annual report will come for adoption. So that covers the DCC and the DCC group. At the same meeting, we will have the company's annual reports as well. So they will have been audited. Their deadline is to be through the audit by the 30th of this month, but it will come to council at the same meeting as the DCC's annual report does.
Right. Now, the DCHL parent company, how does that differ from Dunedin City Holdings Limited itself?
So it will consolidate all of the CCOs.
So the parent company basically has the overview of all the other companies?
It will be all of them, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And in terms of their reporting, the parent company has to report annually, is it, or more often than that?
So this is their annual report and it comes through annually, but they also come to this committee quarterly for updates on the performance of the companies.
All right. Thank you very much for clarifying that for me. So on page 24 then, there should be a blue square perhaps in the October.
Yes, and the reason we haven't got that there is because it's likely to need to come to council depending on the dates. So I think that why it might, yes.
Okay, so it doesn't come to this committee anyway.
It comes to council.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. All good. So that's the forward work program. Has anyone got any questions or any comments they'd like to make? No? Right. In that case, I move that the committee notes the Finance and Council Controlled Organisations forward work program for 2024, seconded Councillor Lucas. Are there any speakers to the motion? Okay. All those in favour say aye. Against? Declare that motion carried. Item 7, financial report, the meaty bit, for the period ended 31st July 2004. Can I invite Carolyn Allen, our Chief Financial Officer, and Hayden McAuliffe, Financial Services Manager, to speak to the report if they have anything that they would like to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to point out to councillors that we are still working through the annual report for the prior financial year. So there will be adjustments made to our statement of financial position to reflect valuations and the like, and that will come to council, as I said, for the prior to 31 October.
So we'll get those clarifications fairly soon then.
Yes.
Does anyone have any questions of the report, anything they would like clarified? Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just in your opening remarks, you just talked about the revaluations, and I was looking at the property, plant and equipment because the budget was 4.7 million, and that's about 4.5 million on the actuals. Is that the revaluation that you were talking about at the end of the year, and will those be adjusted?
Correct. We still have those adjustments to come.
My next question is hop back to page 30. The personnel costs were $241,000 unfavourable, and I guess it relates to the employee entitlements, which look like they're $2.3 million above budget. So it's page 30 for the personnel costs unfavourable, and then the page 31 where it's current liabilities and it's got employee entitlements. I think the budget was 7.4 million, and it's the actual is 9.7 million. And I just wondered if you've got any comment on those figures.
It isn't related to the employee entitlements, but that has increased, reflecting an increase in our accrued leave and the like. The unfavourable variance in salary costs year to date, we are addressing that with vacancy management, discontinuing that on from last year.
So are the employee entitlements, is that like annual leave and that kind of stuff?
Correct.
My next question is just on page 38. There's the wastewater pump station renewals, and I note that they've spent a quarter of the budget already. I think the budget's around, sorry, page 38. Was it 3-4 million, and there's just a huge spend in the first month. Is that just a timing thing? We're not going to run out of money there, are we?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. That's advancement of the work, expediting it.
And my last question is just on page 47. It talks about the development contributions are unfavourable, $80,000, and I just wondered, is that part of a normal ebb and flow about when DCs happen to come in?
Correct, we can't accurately predict that.
And one more thing I was just a little bit confused about was the Ulverston revenue, the difference between the grants, where it says that there was, on page 42, it says that there was Ulverston revenue was $69,000 unfavourable, expected grants is yet to be received. And then on page 46, it talks about the external revenue was unfavourable, $45,000 from Ulverston as expected donations. Revenue received for Ulverston has yet to be received. And I'm a little confused about the grants revenue versus donations revenue.
Page 42, the Ulverston revenue. So that's related to grant for the production of a book that is specifically for Ulverston, and that is the Ulverston amount. The page 46, that includes all of the external revenue from the galleries, libraries and museums area, or part of it. That is also related to any other donations that aren't tagged to the book. So it's a wider net. It's not just Ulverston on page 46.
Can I just clarify, does those donations, because there's entry fees to some organisations and then there's donations, do you mean like the donation box at the front of the art gallery and at Toitu? Okay, cool, thank you.
Councillor Gilbert, you had a question.
I do. I have a few, actually. Starting on page 26, item number 11, despite the overall favourable variance, the volatility of world markets continues to impact the performance of the Waipori Fund. Is there any reason to expect that the volatility of the world markets is likely to come to an end, or is it possible to expect further negative impacts to this or any other fund? That's entirely my point, Councillor. So we can expect that world volatility will continue for Waipori and any other fund?
Correct.
Going back to Councillor Barker's question on page 30 around the personnel costs, does this show the negotiated pay rise and any other negotiated increases, or is that yet to appear?
For the current year, that was, it is reflected and it was budgeted for the current year.
Thank you. Next question, doink. The employee entitlements are the accrued, partly the accrued annual leave, etc. First of all, as I understand it, there, as part of the negotiation, there was an increase to annual leave. Is that correct? Part of the wage negotiation, was that correct or not?
Yes, there was the Christmas leave that was for the Christmas shutdown has been translated into leave, and I think resulted in 2 additional annual leave days over and above that. So I think 2 additional leave days for most staff.
And so that then is part of, included in that employee entitlement, that figure, I'm assuming. Whatever wasn't used has been. It's all merged in, it's not appearing somewhere else.
Correct.
My last question is on page 42, and you did mention it before in terms of the unfavourable staff variance was partially mitigated by vacancy management. Now, I believe in the past we've had the number of 80-something vacant roles. I'm wondering what work has been done on itemising or identifying those roles which are no longer required to remain on the list.
Yes, we're currently working through that.
Thank you. Mayor Raddick, you had a question.
Yes. I see the capital budget was a bit over, but the South Dunedin Library is well advanced. So is that purely a timing thing for the library expenditure? So in other words, is it on track for to budget and time, or I mean, is it ahead of time in terms of?
That payment happened a couple of weeks earlier. It's based on the construction timing. We had budgeted for that payment to come through in August, but it came through in late July.
So that implication being that the construction is ahead of schedule. So that figure that was ahead of budget for payments to the South Dunedin Library is not reflected in the overall CapEx, because there's quite a few areas of CapEx that are less than budgeted. So will they in turn be caught up, or will that be the non-spend of CapEx in this period, be carried forward, or will it be caught up later on? Does that make sense?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, you're referring to the library or to the overall CapEx budget?
The other areas of CapEx spend. So, for instance, we have already been asked about Three Waters. So, presumably, Three Waters in particular will be caught up later on. But there are several areas of CapEx expenditure that are less than budgeted. Will they all be made up, or will there be a surplus in the CapEx budget?
Am I okay me answering this one? So we, as a team, we monitor the projected spend for CapEx now on a monthly basis. So obviously, some projects go behind for a variety of reasons. Some, like the South Dunedin Library, are just slightly ahead. But the finance team and the CEO and the EL team monitor the overall budgets. At this stage, we're projecting to land just below the total CapEx budget, but that kind of shifts around a bit. Yeah.
Just depending on progress, right? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you. I was looking for the Chief to answer this, but perhaps somebody else would have the figure, and it's around the staff vacancies. Do we know how many we're carrying at this time, particularly?
I will quote and see if the CFO agrees. It's around 80, 85.
I was thinking 81, but I wondered if that had changed. And I want to turn then to page 47 under regulatory services. And this is around revenue, unfavourable. And I quote, with parking enforcement revenue less than budget due to staff vacancies. It would seem to me we're shooting ourselves in the foot to some degree with our staff vacancies. So what consideration of that will happen with the staff vacancies? And it follows up Councillor Gilbert's question about those that are still needed. It's the second paragraph under regulatory services on page 47.
In answer to your question, Councillor, we will be reviewing any impacts on revenue budgets as we review that vacancy list.
$62. Noting the addition of a K, Councillor Lucas, you had a question.
I have a couple of questions. Back on page 26 on point 7, where we note that we're lower better off funding revenue than budgeted, and I know we've discussed better off funding previously, but I thought, and this just may be the way that better off funding, we receive it. Is it because we receive better off funding once we've incurred the cost, and is that why it's a timing issue? So we're not actually expecting less better off funding then? That's really what my question is.
Thank you, Councillor. As we spend, we accrue the revenue and then we claim a certain number of times a year.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Then moving on, I've got a couple of questions regarding capital expenditure. On page 35, the number one favourite topic, of course, is public toilets. And I'm just a little bit concerned that we've already spent, after 1 month, 314,000 of a 510,000 budget. And I presume we are still going to be able to install all the toilets that we are promising for the year.
Yeah, so we've gone from being behind schedule to being slightly ahead of schedule now with the Outram and the other toilets that have gone in. The property team are cognizant of that and aware of the budget, so we won't be going over budget. But I think we have a report coming to you in October, yeah, the property team are aware of what they've got to live within their budget and their timing. So it's just all about timing sometimes.
Thank you. I just don't want the public's expectations to be dashed, thinking that they're getting a new toilet and then we run out of money. On page 37, I note with Central City Upgrade, and there's a commentary about that where we've spent 104,000, and I do understand that at the end of a project there is always remedial works, and I know some of that falls on the contractor and some of that falls on us. I'm just wondering, is there more in the wash-up that we're likely to see? I mean, I know we had budgeted 60,000, so I'm just wondering, is there any expectation that we kind of want to wash up? I'm not sure where to be looking.
Yes, the answer is yes, it will continue to wash through this year, and we've got our PPSO team who are monitoring that as it goes through. Whether it'll land exactly on 60k, I don't know the answer to that, unfortunately. But are you going to answer some of it as well? Are you looking at me as if you were going to answer that?
No, I was, and it's as you're aware, it's a cost reimbursable contract. So we will be jointly inspecting any of the things and making some pretty pragmatic decisions as to whether those defects are material or not. But we'll offset any cost within existing budgets.
Thank you for that. That's great. And my last question is, I think, for Mr. Ward on page 38 with the rural water schemes. And it's a similar question where we've spent 881,000 on, which is the full year budget. So presumably we're ready to go and there's no further work required in this financial year on the water schemes, or we're going to reallocate budget?
I think the broad answer is similar to previous answer in terms of we've advanced that work and we're cognizant of the budget. We'll make sure that it's not overspent.
Councillor Gilbert, you had another question.
I did. One's just come to mind, and I'm not sure it's for here, but if not here, I'm not sure where, so I'll look at both ends. Do we know, in terms of staffing again, do we know our churn rate?
Yes, we do.
Okay, blood from a stone. What would our churn rate be, Mr. West?
I would not like to quote it off the top of my head, but I'm happy to send that to you. I might even do it when I go and sit back down there, because I've been sent it through. We monitor it every month. What I can tell you, it's very similar to local government across the country. I'm not going to quote a figure because I'll get it wrong, and then it'll go out in public. I can tell you our churn rate has reduced in recent months, and that's possibly for a number of factors. Yeah.
And if no one else, Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Just one more about the parking. I just wanted on page 42, it talks about the Lower Murray Place car park, and this was about metered and casual parking was unfavourable, mainly in on-street parking and Lower Murray Place car park. And I think we've, in the last year, talked about the metered parking being unfavourable, and I thought we'd adjusted the budget to change that. But could you tell me a little bit more about what's happening in the Lower Murray Place car park? Because I couldn't understand why there were 2 on-street meters operating in the Lower Murray Place car park until new barrier arms are installed. So I don't quite know how that works.
It's we're putting licence plate recognition into that car park, council. It's already gone into Great King Street. There's been a delay, so we're using meters in there as a temporary measure, and yes, it's not the most effective way of charging. So that'll be addressed in October. The good news being that with the Great King Street licence plate recognition, the revenues actually increased quite significantly because we're getting better compliance. So you'll probably see that figure turn around by the end of the year.
Thank you for that. I have a question regarding the depreciation cost on the top of page 44. The actual and the budget are the same, there's no variance. That depreciation cost, is that expected to change as a result of some changes in valuations? And does that depreciation cost represent full depreciation, or are we partially depreciating some significant assets?
Thank you, Councillor. It is waiting on those valuation adjustments to be made. So while we wait for those, we just put through exactly our budget. So we would expect, once we get that annual report adopted, we'll reflect actual depreciation numbers here.
And is it anticipated that the actual valuations will go down and depreciation costs go down proportionately?
We're expecting that, yes.
Okay. And in terms of full depreciation, and I appreciate that we quite often have in the past not fully depreciated a lot of items, are there any major assets that we have that we are under depreciating, if you like, currently?
Not that I'm aware of, Councillor, but underfunding, again, that will depend on how much of a change we have as a result of those valuations.
Okay. Down the bottom of the same page 44, just to have a final stab at the capital expenditure, I see that we're 12% over just for this year to date. And I think, I'm not sure, Mr. West has suggested that we were going to get much closer to budget as we go forward. Is it anticipated through the year that we will be closer to budget ongoing rather than a chunk above that we have done in the last year or so?
We are forecasting to be under budget at the end of the financial year, so I'm not sure how it will ebb and flow, but we are meeting monthly, as Mr. West said, just to ensure that we don't go over budget overall but at the end of the year.
Great, thank you very much for that. It's very reassuring. If there are no further questions, then I move that the committee notes the financial performance for the year ended 31st July and the financial position at that date. Seconded Councillor Lucas. Speakers to the motion. Councillor Lucas has some
I would just
words.
just briefly like to thank staff because I understand this is the first time that July financials have come to council, and I appreciate the effort in putting that together. And I think it's very important that we, July is only 1 month in, and it's hard to get trends, but I think it's very important that, we can pick up anything pretty early on if we've got concerns and make that aware to staff. And so I really appreciate the effort to get, because I do know that it was an effort to get that, and the undertaking from the Chief Financial Officer that we will get monthly reports, whether it be to this committee or to council going forward, so that we will get every month this year. So thank you.
I'd like to echo those thanks. It's very reassuring from my point of view, particularly that we have a really good reporting and that it happens more regularly than it has in the past, and that we are aiming to keep a tighter rein on capital expenditure, for instance, and other such things. So all very much appreciated. Thank you, Carolyn, and others in your team. Mayor Raddick?
And in a similar vein, in line with my questions, I think we can see from this budget, although it looks over in terms of CapEx, in fact, across the board it's under. So we are tracking under budget. It's only one project that is ahead of schedule. So that has put us above. Otherwise, we'd be tracking just exactly as expected, slightly under budget. So well done.
So I've put the motion. Everyone's had a fair crack at questions and discussion. All those in favour say aye. Against? I declare that motion carried. Finally, are there any items for consideration by the Chair? I see there are none. In that case, I would like to move a resolution to exclude the public. We have a non-public section of this meeting. I move that the committee, pursuant to the provisions of the Local Government and Information Meetings Act 1987, exclude the public from the following part of the meetings, namely C1, Finance and Council Controlled Organisations Committee meeting, 7th of August 2024, public excluded. Seconded Councillor Walker. All those in favour? Against? Carried. If we can give the video staff, say till let's say 10:45 to remove the gear. You'll only need 2 minutes. Okay, great. All right. Well, we'll just give them 2 minutes then before we go into the non-public section.
Okay, it's 12:40, so we'll get underway. Welcome all to the Economic Development Committee on this day, Wednesday, the 18th of September 2024. Public forum. Unfortunately, Ministry of Social Development had to leave us. They couldn't wait for us, so that has been withdrawn. So I'll go straight into apologies. So far, I've got an apology from Councillor Fiso and Councillor Mayhem. I'll move that. I move that we accept the apologies from Councillor Fiso and Councillor Mayhem.
Mr Chair, I believe Councillor Fiso is going to come a little bit later, but she may well be here during the meeting.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm happy to second.
Thank you. All in favour? Aye. Against? Declared. Motion carried. Confirmation of agenda. I move that the committee confirms the agenda with the following change to the order of reports. Item 9, Dunedin Economic Update to be taken as item 7. And item 7, Otapoti Dunedin Destination Management Advisory Panel draft terms of reference to be taken as item 9. So swapping those two around. Is there any discussion around that? No? All good? I'll put the motion. I was going to, yeah, thank you. Councillor Walker seconded. All in favour? Aye. Passed. Okay, declarations of interest. Anybody have any changes since this morning? No? Okay, members are reminded of the need to stand aside from decision making when a conflict arises between their role as an elected representative and any private or other external interest they might have. I move that we note the elected members' interest register as attachment A and confirm the proposed management plan for the elected members' interest. Seconder, Councillor Gilbert. Any discussion? All those in favour? Aye. Motion carried. Confirmation of minutes. I move that the committee confirms the minutes of the Economic Development Committee meeting held on the 7th of August 2024 as a correct record. Seconder, Councillor Gary, thank you. Any discussion? No. I'll put the motion. All in favour? Aye. Against? Declare the motion carried. Item 6, I'll call on Mr Liggett to come to the table. Economic Development Committee Forward Work Plan. Mr Liggett, is there anything you want to add relation to the Forward Work Plan?
I'm happy to take the report as read. Thank you,
okay. Any questions? Councillor Gary, then Councillor Barker, Councillor Gilbert.
Through you, Mr Chair. Study update doesn't have a date on it, and it was a long time until there was a study update this last time. Is there a reason there is no... it says as appropriate, but there's no sort of space for it there, if you like, Mr Liggett. Is there?
I will actually take that. What I'm proposing when Mr Christie gets back to discuss is that we actually have an update and actually, especially the two teachers that are, or the two international directors that are currently in China, to come and present and an update on at the November Economic Development Committee. Did you want anything more than that? Or?
Well, I just need to process that as Chair of Study Dunedin. That's the first I've known of it.
No,
thank you for telling me that.
Yeah. Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Just have a question on, gosh, what page is it? 25, about the Sister City anniversary updates, and it says to update the committee on anniversary activities, and I note that the next EDC meeting is in November, when a lot of those anniversaries will have passed and the activities will have taken part. So is it possible to get an update to come to a different committee?
That is possible. I would just like to confirm that back with Mr Christie when he gets back in.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. Mine's more of a generic one because I don't know under which of them it comes. But as I understand it, ED now rent a space at Dunedin Community House. Is that correct? And if so, leave. Which of the forward work programs require us to go have a rent a space outside of council building?
So we're currently have a small space at Dunedin Community House, just looking around the digital interactive health work. That's simply just to have a dedicated space so we can actually unpack some quite complex economic modelling at the moment. And it's a temporary arrangement, which it will conclude over the next 2 weeks.
Cool, so it's DIH specific. Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you. I just wondered around the code report, it says it will come back in August next year, and I just wondered, excuse me, if it might be good to get it a bit earlier.
We can certainly have a conversation with the Chief Executive and the Chairman of Code regarding the timing of that report as well. Okay.
Councillor Houlihan, you had one of those special lollies that keep on going. No, they're something special. They last a while. Okay. Are there any more questions around the forward work program? No. Okay. So I'm going to move that the committee notes the Economic Development Committee Forward Work Programme as shown in Attachment A. Do I have a second to Councillor Gilbert? Thank you. Anybody want to comment? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Passed. Thank you. Item 9, Dunedin Economic Update. Mr Brunston, would you like to come to the table along with Mr Adamson? Okay. Perfect. I'll leave it to you to present then.
I was just doing my notes, Emily. Sorry, I'm just sorting my notes. Right. Thank you for having me along today. Pleasure to be here back in Dunedin. So what I wanted to cover off today is our 2 core economic reports that we provide for Dunedin City Council. These have been included in the agenda. This is our quarterly monitor, which is our sort of finger on the pulse, latest reading of the local economy, and our regional economic profile, which is the annual, slightly more in-depth, goes into a bit more what's the structure, what's the flavour of the economy, more so than just how it's ticking over. So I'll start by going through the annual content. It is a little bit dated, but we've got more detail to it. I guess that's the advantage. And then go through to the quarterly content, and then finally finish up on a little bit of demographic insights around how the population is changing locally. To set the scene firstly, I wanted to sort of talk about the macroeconomic context in which we sit, and it does mean going back to COVID in a sense. COVID still has a lot to say, in the pandemic itself and our response to it as a country has a lot to say about how we got to where we are now economically, and also still has a lot to say about how we're responding, how we're growing at the moment, surprisingly. So we've had a bit of a roller coaster economically while the borders were closed. We became quite inwardly focused, and we had certain parts of the economy doing particularly well while our spending and our activity was focused domestically in New Zealand. As the borders opened, parts of the economy that were more internationally focused, so tourism as a sector, also regions, thinking of the likes of Queenstown, the likes of Auckland, that are more internationally looking, more outward looking. They've had their day in the sun as the borders have reopened, and we're reaching a point right now where essentially we're getting back to normal. That burst of activity from reopening the borders has essentially run out, and we're also having sort of the dual effect of monetary and fiscal policy coming through and affecting us too. So as we had that exuberance through the COVID period, inflation got a little bit out of control. The Reserve Bank does what it does, and it walloped us with high interest rates, and that did what it was meant to do, which is make us put our wallets away and spend less. And so all of that's flowed through and created the moment in which we are now, which is that we've reached that point in which finally the Reserve Bank's stick of high interest rates has finally had its effect, and finally we're back at that point where they can start to cut again, and we're on that cutting outlook, which is obviously good when you're thinking about borrowing in terms of mortgages. It does mean we're at a bit of an ebb in terms of things like consumer and business confidence, because again that stick has done its job. It's discouraged us from spending, especially in spending that's not essential, and it's discouraged businesses from investing when there's not a clear opportunity. Am I going to do this? Sweet. So moving on from that into the annual profile, so worth acknowledging that Dunedin sits on top of strong economic foundations as we've kind of navigated all of that topsy-turvy period over the past couple of years. So firstly, the makeup of Dunedin's economy is very diverse, very strong. It's similar to the national economy, and bearing in mind the national economy is influenced by the main centres to a large extent. Strong representation in high value services, that's your hospital, your health, your education, your professional services, making up 29% of the city's GDP in 2023, and that's been a real, an anchor. We also see a strong representation, about 34% of GDPs, in other services. So that's things like your tourism sector as well as your sort of locally focused services, and so that's been the anchor within goods producing industries, which captures things like construction and manufacturing. A strong part of the economy too, about 17%. A lot of the change within that, we're seeing manufacturing step back from its role in Dunedin's economy over the past decade. Construction really stepping up and filling those shoes. In terms of growth, so again, this is where that sort of story through the pandemic fits in. We've seen Dunedin's growth over the past year of 2.2%, a little bit lower than the average for metropolitan areas around the country, a little bit lower than the national average, but again, Dunedin had a little bit less to lose while we shut our borders, so it had a little bit less to gain from that sort of rebound as our borders reopened. And as you can see, that trend is down, heading towards zero, and more recent readings show that the national economy has contracted as well as the Dunedin economy over the past year. If we look at what drove Dunedin's growth over that period up to 2023, professional services has been a real hero there, as well as the health sector. Those are relatively high value, or they are high value service sectors, so the growth and activity in those spaces has really helped lift the level of activity in the city. Moving a little bit further down the list, sort of number 4 and 5, I think it is, accommodation and food services and arts and recreation services, that shows the recovery of tourism. So Dunedin has benefited from the return of international tourists, but the way your economy is structured, it's been more of a cherry on top. You didn't stand still waiting for international tourists to return. You had other things to lean on. Looking right down at the bottom of the list, the retail sector has started to turn, and that, bearing in mind that was a year ago, so that figure would probably be a little bit uglier if we had a more up-to-date figure now. And again, that reflects the Reserve Bank's high interest rate stick being wielded at households and having the desired effect in the sense of making people put their wallets away, and we're seeing that flow through to retail, particularly the more discretionary aspects of retail.
Retail following the national trend?
Yeah, broadly speaking, yeah. And I'll bring in a little bit more in retail in a few more slides as well. Finally, on the annual profile, just touching on employment. So I guess particularly when you focus on GDP, it's easy to focus on the ups and downs. If you actually look at employment, the number of filled jobs, it's a lot more stable, and it sort of shows that, I guess, again, that resilient makeup of your economy means that as things like borders shut and open and interest rates are raised and lowered, the economy does largely tick on, and the bulk of activity does continue. So a total of 67,000 filled jobs in the year to March 2023 across the economy. Dunedin's employment rose 1.7% in 2023, which is a strong rate, but slower than a lot of other cities. So what we saw in the past year is, as we had record international net migration, we had a lot of real surge of migration, particularly into other cities, particularly into areas, even rural areas that had long-standing job vacancies. And so that trend does seem to have sort of skipped over Dunedin a little bit. And so that's why we're seeing sort of slightly slower growth of 1.7%. Certainly as we get these numbers in the next year, it'll be a lot slower again. Before we move on to the quarterly monitor, I wanted to touch on some of our sort of living standards measurements as well. So we've adapted the Treasury's living standard framework into our wellbeing framework just to indicate well-being from an outcomes point of view. So what are the things that are contributing beyond just GDP growth and employment growth to life, to people's lives ultimately in the city, and what are those strengths and weaknesses? So in this framework, the sitting further outside the, we'll call it the spider diagram, sitting further outside towards the outside indicates stronger well-being, towards the middle indicates weaker. So the key takeaway here is that across those 9 domains, Dunedin is really strong, is stronger than the national average across 6, and particularly strong in some areas like knowledge and skills and social connections. So sitting beneath things like knowledge and skills, that's reflecting the rate of skilled workers in the economy, and again that reflects that strong high-value services, professional services aspects of your economy. In social connections, we see things like commute times, like truancy rates, like internet connections. These all sort of indicate as people's ability to maintain and form those social connections in the community. Another interesting area, housing. So in terms of income, you're not necessarily at the top of the income and consumption metric, but in terms of housing, when you think about actual housing affordability, Dunedin ranks relatively highly, particularly for a city, because you've got relatively affordable housing. Moving on to the quarterly monitor, and so this is where we have a reading up to the end of June 2024, so much more current, and reflects, I guess, the conversations I've had this morning, the things we see on the street in terms of how things are going at this point in the economic cycle, when again we have been walloped with that interest rate stick, and we are kind of at that turning point. Firstly, if we look at consumer spending, which is it's one indicator, but it's a pretty powerful indicator at telling how households are feeling. Ultimately, if they're spending more or less, if they're spending more, they're feeling better about themselves. If they're spending less, they're perhaps not so. Firstly, I want to focus on the national figure because that's really where we can sort of tell a bit more of a story. So, consumer spending across the country was up 1.9% over the year to June 2024. Worth bearing in mind that 1.9% growth comes at the time that prices increased 3.3%, comes at a time that the population increased about 1.9%. So in real per person terms, if we think about the number of bags that we leave a shop with, people are leaving the shops with fewer bags than they did last year, even if the dollar value that they spent rose 1.9%. And Dunedin sits pretty close to that national average at about 2.1%. I don't have detailed numbers on the spending by store type for Dunedin particularly, but when we look around the country over the past 2 years, we've seen a shift. As people first started tightening their belts, it was a shift from hospitality, from cafes and restaurants towards eating at home, and there was things like specialty food retailers were doing all right. If we look up to the more recent indicators, it's even the specialty food retailers are pulling back, and it's people are sort of honing in on the supermarket. So we've kind of gone from restaurants to nice cuts at the butcher to pack and save essentially over those past couple of years. Again, reflecting households are facing cost of living pressures, the cost of things are rising, and in some cases the employment's less certain.
Have you got any insight into those Gisborne and West Coast figures?
Yeah. So West Coast is different. In their case, they were extremely concentrated on international tourism. So when the borders reopened, they had a real dividend, reflecting that they had a bit more of a glum time while you were doing okay in that period. In the case of Gisborne and Hawke's Bay, because we're comparing sort of the year to the year prior, we've got a bit of a cyclone effect with there. They had a weak previous year, so it's a bit artificial for Gisborne and Hawke's Bay. And so really, when you go beyond them, you've got Waikato coming out a wee way ahead of everyone else, and for the Waikato, they continue to receive really strong population growth, so more mouths to feed means more spending. That sort of kept them ahead. Among the rest, it is pretty uniform. The other one to highlight there is Otago's down behind you. Normally Otago's a little bit ahead of you because we've got that effect of Queenstown going on. What's happening at the moment is there's been a bit of a turn in tourism trends that aren't favouring Queenstown as much, which I'll touch on in a moment.
I'm going to take questions at the end.
Okay. So on to tourism. So again, tourism's been really knocked around by the pandemic and the border closures. Firstly, if we focus on the orange bars, domestic spend in Dunedin, we had a bit of a dividend while the borders were closed. We didn't have a choice. We either stayed at home or travelled around New Zealand. We couldn't travel overseas, and so things were we did really well out of that for a period. That trend pulled away once people kind of ticked off their domestic bucket list items, and as we've seen those broader trends around consumer spending come through, we've seen domestic tourism pull back. So people are either, if they have the means, heading overseas once again now that they can again. If they don't have the means, they're focusing that money on the basics. And the amount they spend and the frequency in which they travel is pulling back. So we're starting to see a pullback in domestic tourism. We were seeing recovery of international tourism, and so you can see with those blue bars, they were getting taller from that kind of minimal point in 2022. A couple of blue bars, they haven't really grown. So at the same time as domestic tourism is pulling back, we're seeing the growth of international is pretty well running out. We got to about 85% of international visitor arrivals about a year ago, and we haven't really improved on that. So ultimately that reflects that the global economy is facing similar challenges to us. We're a pretty expensive place to get to for just about anyone in the world. So we've kind of had the easy wins for that tourism recovery, when we think that last little bit of getting back to where we were before the pandemic might take maybe another 2 or 3 or 4 years. China is a big uncertainty within that. They have been one of the slowest markets to recover as well, and they were obviously a pretty key market for New Zealand too. I guess the sort of on-the-ground takeaway from this is that tourism-wise, we wouldn't expect next summer to be terribly different from the summer previous. Certainly wouldn't expect it to be growing massively from what we had. Moving on to construction. So firstly on non-residential construction, the hospital is obviously the elephant in the room when we talk about non-residential construction, and certainly the later stages, the second building aren't consented yet. But I think the key takeaway here is that actually it's pretty strong and it's pretty diverse. So we've got the first building in there, but we've also got quite a lot across things like the ACC building, a bit of commercial, bit of education, bit of other health stuff beyond the hospital, bit of industrial. It's a pretty elevated level, and pretty remarkable in a sense given where interest rates are, that it's not a wonderful time to be investing in buildings in a sense, and that demand for businesses is low and interest rates are high. So sitting at a really strong base there, would expect that once we start getting some traction in the hospital, that might displace some of that activity. And I guess the golden question is exactly how those two things, how do they overlay, how do they nest into each other, and ensure that there's enough capacity for everything to go ahead. On the residential side, I guess a common theme in a sense that we see for many indicators in Dunedin is that it's often a little bit less volatile than the rest of the country. The peaks are perhaps not quite so high in the boom times, and sometimes the troughs aren't quite so low in the bust times, if you will. And it's a similar story here when we look at residential construction. So Dunedin did have a reasonable uptick in new dwelling consents over the sort of the pandemic, particularly when we had those really low interest rates in 2020 and 2021, which encouraged a lot of people into committing to new and bigger mortgages and committing on new builds. We've seen a 25% fall in residential consents nationally, only 9% in Dunedin. So again, didn't rise as much, didn't fall as much. Many regions around the country, their construction levels in the residential space are back to where they were after the GFC in like sort of 2009, 2010. So if you kind of see where you are now, you're back to 2019 levels. It's a pretty strong outcome. Moving on to housing affordability, again, not quite as much upside for Dunedin here. So Dunedin's house value growth peaked about 23% up when we had those really low interest rates spurring activity. In this case, Dunedin's house values have pulled back about 12% over the past year, or over the past 2 years, and has settled at around about 640,000. So haven't fallen quite as much, but are still sitting at a relatively affordable level, especially when we consider the sorts of jobs, the sorts of industries that are available in Dunedin. So if we compare across other sort of comparable cities, beyond the Aucklands, the Wellingtons, Christchurch, looking across, say, Palmerston North, Nelson, Whangarei, you've kind of got a sweet spot of relatively, moderately priced housing, but actually still some quite high-paying jobs available in the local area because you have those professional services, those health, those education sectors. So looking at the ratio between house prices and incomes, it's been tracking around about 6. So the average house value being 6 times the average household income here in Dunedin. A whole 1 below the national average, which was about 6.9. 3 used to be what we'd aim for, but that boat's kind of sailed here in New Zealand, so 6 is, in that context, 6 is pretty good. Moving on to benefit recipients. So in the past, we've focused a lot on job seeker support recipients, and these are, in theory, our benefit recipients that are closest to the labour market. The reason I wanted to highlight the other benefits recipient group is these are people like sole parent support, so solo parents, supported living payment, so people with long-term disabilities, and just to highlight that there's an enormous labour resource even in the other benefit category. As right now jobs are a bit scarce, but as the economy recovers, as demand for workers picks up, there are a lot of workers in the community in that they might be on another benefit, they might be on supported living payment, but if they can find a supportive worker or a flexible worker, they in many cases are actually able and want to work. If we look at how these have tracked, we've seen about a 3% rise in other benefit recipients over the past year, about a 4% rise in job seekers. That's on an annualised basis. I think MSD's got some more recent sort of quarterly figures to update on. What we're seeing a pretty similar trend to the national economy as those job opportunities drive up. Anyone that is losing their job is finding it a little bit harder to get back into the labour market. The opportunities aren't quite there that they were before. So we're sitting at about 8,000 in total benefit recipients in the city. Generally, at any one time, about half of them have been on for less than a year, so there's always a revolving door of people that will need support for a month or 2 months just between jobs, and then there's also probably another half that are people that are, probably need a little bit more hand-holding, a little bit more help to get back into the labour market. Just rounding out our quarterly monitor, we've added quite a few more indicators lately, so just a couple of interesting trends to pick up. First-time grant purchases, so this is people using the Kāinga Ora first-time grants. We're seeing a 17% rise in that activity here in Dunedin compared to a 5% rise nationally, so I think that probably reflects that stronger housing affordability that you have here. School attendance is another one. We're seeing Dunedin school attendance rates quite a bit higher than the national average, 52% nationally, 56% for Dunedin. Still a pretty woeful rate, and so I think when you see it that way, you can certainly understand, well, that's a focus of the government to raise those rates everywhere, but you are starting from a higher point. And then also in terms of crime rates, so sitting the sort of number of crimes per 10,000 residents at 193 for Dunedin compared to 230 nationally, so a lower crime rate there as well. Onto our final section, talking about this demographics. So demographics come through strongly in the way that we've seen the trends in migration influence the national economy. Generally, when, having more people in the economy has a huge effect on economic activity before we start doing things better or smarter or cleverer. If we look at what's happened nationally, we've had a record at both ends of the spectrum in a sense. Once the border reopened, we had a record for arrivals, for non-citizen arrivals into New Zealand. So we had a net gain of about 170,000 non-citizens. These are people that are coming in on work visas or perhaps Australians with reciprocal rights. So an absolute record, literally have to make a new chart kind of thing, level of record in terms of people coming to the country saying, yep, now's the time I want to come to New Zealand and make my future in New Zealand. At the same time, record numbers of New Zealanders saying, I'm not getting ahead the way I want to in New Zealand and I'm heading overseas. So that net loss of over 50,000 New Zealand citizens in the year to June 2024 is also a record of the negative type, and that started before the border opened. So it's quite interesting to note that those two camps, citizens and non-citizens, are essentially reading the tea leaves quite differently when they look at New Zealand and whether they're getting ahead. The sort of note of concern in that orange grouping of the New Zealand citizens is that it's not just young people heading away in their OEs. We're seeing a pullback in under fives and sort of pretty weak growth in right through the school age years. So it's not just OEs, it is families. And I would imagine if you're packing up the kids and heading overseas, that's a bit more permanent. So just worth bearing in mind that trend. And that is that's weighing on population growth around the country, and we'd expect to have new figures for Dunedin or for all regions of the country in October. If we look at up to what we have to date, how that's played out in Dunedin, Dunedin had a near record international migration gain, so a gain of people coming in from overseas in the year to June 23, but it did have a natural increase, a negative natural increase or a loss of natural population growth. So you had more deaths than births last year. That was a little bit of a blip, but it's worth noting that you do have an ageing population, and over the medium long term we'd expect you to have that natural increase continuing to turn negative, which means that you'll be completely relying on migration just to maintain the population at its current level, and you'll need a very strong level of migration to grow the population. If we look at how that played out for Dunedin, and again, I think it might be the last time I reference back to COVID, but if we look at our main cities, particularly those internationally connected areas like Auckland, they had a really hard time while the border was closed and Auckland's population decreased. Yours didn't decrease, it just slowed down. And so on the upside, once the borders reopened, your population grew 1.1%. So didn't have quite as much downside and therefore not quite as much upside. When we get the results for 2024, we'd probably expect it to be in that 1% range, if not a smidge below. Again, reflecting that we've got those really strong outflows of Kiwis continuing, even though those inflows of non-citizens are falling quite quickly. Final slide, just touching on some of the changes in the makeup of the population. So I'm looking over the past decade at the ethnic makeup of the population. The all ethnicity average, so particularly dominated by European ethnicity, has been growing particularly slowly, reflecting that our European population is relatively old compared to our Māori and Pacific population. So the Pacific population grew about 4% on average over that past decade. Māori grew about 3%, and all other grouping grew 1%. So these are changes that have already come through. We'd expect these changes to continue coming through, and I might expect the all ethnicity one to trend even closer to zero in the future. So just highlighting these changes generally come through first in terms of the labour market. The first kind of step is if you have a vacancy, look to bring in some migrant workers and bring in some diversity that way. But pretty quickly that will sort of flow through all ranks of the labour market, and also through your younger ranks in terms of children and students as well. So when you've got that kind of differential between different ethnic groups, you can potentially have some quite quick changes in terms of the makeup of the population. And interesting as we think again into the next cycle when we start growing again, the sorts of people, the sorts of need to pull in migration again to grow will be there again, and we'll have that change coming through much more strongly again as well. So bringing us to the end, just to recap, nationally we've had a challenged economy. Dunedin has sort of ridden the same tide, the same waves as the national economy, and has still come through relatively strongly, given that it didn't have quite so much downside in the last couple of years. Happy to open up for questions.
Yep, perfect. So currently I've got Councillor Gary, Gilbert and Walker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two areas that kind of had some conflicting things, and I just want to check them out with you. So one of them was health, and you talked about, in terms of employment, it was the hero, one of the heroes in terms of employment. And then we look at the health in terms of well-being, and we were quite low on that. And I'm assuming that reflects the demographics of the population.
Also what we're measuring for that health domain. So for the health domain, we're measuring outcomes for residents, which is somewhat different to, I guess, how much you're putting in terms of how many people you're employing in the hospital. But the outcomes that we're measuring in that space are things like suicide rate, the rate at which people present for mental health issues and reach out and seek support, and also drinking water quality as well. And so potentially, I was looking at that, I do wonder if some of the lead issues might have sort of come through in that particular year, affecting the drinking quality.
We didn't have a lead issue, just want to point out.
Yeah, we didn't.
It was determined that there was no lead in the water. Yeah, just want to make sure.
Need to.
So the drinking water quality rate and the suicide rate are probably the two key ones that are a little bit below the national average driving that. But I guess on the employment side, you've got a tertiary hospital, which is a key factor driving that employment growth in the health sector.
Okay, that's really interesting. And then there was the one, I wonder if you could unpick for us the bit about environment on that wheel, because we were quite low on that, and I'm thinking here we are, the wildlife capital of New Zealand, and I was a bit perplexed about that. So can you unpick that for us, please?
So sitting within that environment domain, we had measures like the waste diversion rates, so reflecting recycling rates. And so that's, again, you've got different schemes around the country, and some areas are a little bit ahead of each other in that respect. The other key one, and probably one of the keys, was carbon emissions per capita. And so what's sitting behind your carbon emissions per capita is, in a sense, is something you possibly can't influence to a great degree, which is the lay of the land. You've got a large rural portion, particularly for a city, and so the carbon emissions associated with agriculture, animal agriculture, do sort of push up your carbon emissions when you add it up in a city, and do sort of of wash out the carbon emissions estimates for other sectors.
That's particularly interesting. And finally, in the migration stats and the New Zealanders who were leaving the country after COVID, would some of those not, and I don't know whether you have this level of detail, but presumably some of those families are people who returned here for safe refuge during COVID and then went back to their lives wherever they were before that. Do you have any level of detail around that? That's my understanding of some of that migration.
So we don't have statistics in that way that sort of track people for what they've. It's quite tricky because you've got to kind of connect what they did 4 years ago to what they did now. So we don't have that ability to connect. But I think we're probably on net worse off because we did have a big dividend in terms of people coming back in 2020, particularly before the borders shut. But we've kind of had a bit more downside of people leaving now than we did have a gain there, which would suggest that there's a bit more to it.
Thank you.
We've always been an expensive place to live, and then when we've had kind of a global inflation crisis, that's just made it that little bit more painful for people and forced them to look overseas and look at other options.
And you didn't go into any detail, but it was in the reports around the business units and growth in business, and sometimes we have narrative around a different trend. Would you like to unpick the trends that you have seen in your stats, please?
Are there any particular trends you're looking at? I hadn't prepared anything on it particularly, given it wasn't part of the, part of the slide pack. But broadly, we're seeing slightly slower business growth and employment growth at the kind of current point around the country, which just reflects that it's not such a great time to start a business when conditions aren't sort of so expansionary.
But we are seeing growth.
Yeah, we always see growth. Bear in mind that when we're looking at businesses, it's quite different to look at employment or GDP because it's not weighted by the level of activity. You could have a one-person business or a 100-person business, and so it's sort of a indicator of shoots popping up, but not necessarily the level of activity. And then also, perhaps people that have lost their jobs shifting to self-employment to try and make something of a crust in the current conditions.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I'll start by actually continuing on that frame just to try and get a little bit more granularity to it. So one of the reports came out, 2 weeks ago that said liquidations have gone up by 35% in transport, 27% in hospital, and even 9% in construction. This is nationwide. But the business units that we're seeing in this report, which you have just spoken to about, the shoots coming up but not necessarily growing into oaks, seem to stay relatively static. So that could seem a little bit of a contradiction in terms of what we're seeing in terms of liquidation numbers, but is it that we're not seeing those down here yet, as we often sort of follow the trend a little bit later down the track, or do we have specific industries because we are code, for example, and we have a high, a good digital base, that's not being impacted? Do we have any specific information on what industries we do and don't have that are doing well here?
In terms of the liquidations and in businesses, I don't have data beneath the surface for Dunedin, so a bit hard to comment without speculating. On the liquidation space, again, it's probably a bit of a issue of weighting, and that if you've got larger businesses tipping over, that's going to have one business taken out. But then if the 10 people that lost their job all start up self-employment, that's going to account for 10 new businesses, even though perhaps they're doing the same activity, whatever it may have been. If it's, say, construction subcontractors.
Okay, thank you. That's right. Also, the consumer spend numbers are up by 2.1%, which also seems to belie what's going on out in the real world. You and I had a brief conversation just before about this, but for the benefit of those who weren't part of that conversation, could you just speak to, it could be assumed that there's just something filling the gap, which you kind of spoke to about?
Yeah, so, firstly, that 2.1% growth, that's nominal. So worth bearing in mind, we had inflation of 3.3%. So it does mean that in real terms there is a small decrease in activity. There has been changes in the mix of store types in which people are spending as well. So we've seen that retreat away from discretionary hospitality into supermarkets, which accounts for a significant portion of that spend. And we have seen, I understand the council's got market view data which shows there has been a more substantial pullback in the likes of cafes, restaurants and bars as they fall down the list of people's financial priorities. So 2.1% up ahead. If you're a cafe, it would be a negative figure.
Are there any categories that make up, say, 50, 51%, the majority of where the retail spend is?
I mean, groceries and fuel absolutely dominates, and I guess it's the same as in a household budget. Those are big. Restaurants and department stores, Kmart spending is going to be a minority in that scheme. So the supermarket spend to an extent, reflects the cost of living. You can only economise that so much. So that does anchor that spend figure a little bit.
Thank you. And my last question, you've kind of mentioned them, particularly on the web link that we got. There's a comment: the retail, trade activity, manufacturing and the primary sector are all facing more challenging environments. Do you have any details on the growth or contraction, particularly obviously locally, on our primary industries and any impact that may have? Because you've mentioned about an ageing population, which presumably and obviously extends and includes to the agriculture and horticulture sector. Do we have any information about the contraction or growth within the primary sector locally, and anything that might be coming down the line that we need to consider?
So, firstly, on the primary sector, to be clear, the contraction is in GDP. It's possibly not a contraction in not so much in employment or actual activity, and so there's a big commodity price story there. I think we've seen some very substantial falls in the price of meat. Dairy was down a little bit over the past year. It started to come back. Some of the meat types have started to come back. So the big impact there is just commodity prices, essentially. The prices were down quite a lot at the same time as input prices, things like fertiliser, had risen a lot. So there's a real squeeze in the primary sector, and so you saw a little bit of shedding jobs in terms of perhaps farmers that might have been own their own business, perhaps doing it without staff to help them in those activities as their margins were squeezed so much. They are starting to recover. I think particularly beef and lamb are starting to come back, and dairy's actually forecasting some quite strong payouts. So that's the better outlook for the next year, if we will. But yeah, farmers it's not a young occupation, and so yeah, we do have an ageing population. And as we get outside our metro areas, outside the cities, the population generally gets older, and so we've already seen a lot of that change. I mean, if we look at about 2013, 2014 onwards, we started seeing nationally a lot more migrants going into rural areas, and so a big part of that was there was kind of a cohort of farmers reaching the end of their careers and kind of starting to, I guess for the first time, starting to need to look to migrant work to help in the rural sector. And so I think ultimately that will just continue on to an extent, but yeah.
Councillor Walker.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a main question, but I've got a question just inspired by Councillor Gilbert's, and it's just basically, I mean, isn't it the case that, certainly as long as I can remember, that traditional retail, so taking out supermarkets, so traditional high street retail and hospitality are almost the bellwethers of where you sit in the economic cycle? Is that a fair comment?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Can we just go back to the slide before the demographic slide, because I just want to check the figure I was seeing it correctly. Before, just keep going, no. Just, yep, the one before that. So it's around the rental affordability, or the rents, residential rents. Am I reading that correctly? They've risen by nearly 7%, 6.8%?
Across the region, so that 7% will probably be driven, to be fair, by the ugly stuff going on in Queenstown rent-wise, but that's a 4.8% rise in Dunedin.
So my question related to that is, would we by now have seen in those figures any potential reduction in rates that may have occurred through the budget when the 3.5 billion was given to rates relief, to tax relief for landlords? Because there was a suggestion that would feed through into rent reduction, so I presume that would have fed through the system by now.
I'm not sure where that suggestion came from. I probably wouldn't from the government. I mean, I hadn't seen that advice. Generally speaking, rents reflect pretty clearly what people can afford to pay. And that's the number one driver of where rents are at, what people can afford to pay. The cost becomes a bit more secondary. The cost of providing the service is a bit more secondary, and that reflects that it's we call it inelastic supply as an economist. There's only so much supply, so when you've got the price adjusts there.
I get all that. So the answer to my question is yes, they would have been reflected in those figures by now if that was to occur. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
I'm going to jump in just quickly with a question. So essentially what it's also showing there that Dunedin is very favourable for first home buyers.
Yeah, I think that's a fair conclusion. I mean, certainly, seeing a stronger growth in that first home grant suggests that you've had more first home buyer activity and coming in more affordable than the national average, but still having quite respectable household incomes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Councillor Houlihan.
And looking at that, the crime rates were a lot safer by perception, by those figures actually, not just perception. Nationally it's 230 and we sit at 209 for the region, 193 even lower for Dunedin. So we're perceived, well, our numbers show we're safer than other areas. Here's hoping, touch wood. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's reported crime, so, a caveat goes with that, but, yeah, safer, yeah.
I wondered around suicide, you mentioned the numbers were up a bit on that. Do we have, it may have been there, I may not have seen it, but do we have demographics around, gender, age, rural or city dwellers, anything you can indicate around that?
No, I'm not going to, we're not going to go into questions around suicide, so we'll pass on that one. I don't think it's appropriate of this meeting for it to be that discussion. So, okay. Do you have another question, Councillor Houlihan? No. Okay. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. A bit more on the rental affordability, in particular on page 114, when you talk about how affordable is renting in Dunedin City. And I'm quite intrigued that Dunedin City, you're saying the level is in 2024 is $494. I'm guessing that's a week, and that's compared to the national 560. So when we have such a significant proportion of our city is student rental accommodation, and let's say it's a 4-bedroom house and they'd be renting a room at say $200 a room, does that actually impact on these rental numbers? So in effect, for a family, their rental would be a lot less because of the significant rental properties for students.
So firstly, there's some specialist student properties where you would have, each person individually pays, $200 a week to a landlord. That won't be counted in these figures. But there will be an effect of students in here in that, for a house where you have 4 people come together and form a flat and rent, they might be willing to pay $800 because they've got 4 people with 4 lots of income willing to pay $200 per room, whereas the family would only have, 2 parents working able to pay. So I do suspect that high student population is probably driving up those figures because, again, you're more affordable for buying a house but less affordable for renting.
Thank you. And then my next question is probably to Mr. Liggett and Mr. Adamson, and it relates to the background on page 57 where you talk about, and I guess that what all of this data is trying to inform us is those 5 themes. And in particular, I'm looking at business vitality to improve the ease of doing business. And I've had a lot of commentary of late that how easy is it to do business in Dunedin, and I'm not sure whether this information tells us anything to do with that.
I think one of the things you can do in Dunedin is that, and I've had people say this to me quite frequently, it's very easy to connect with people, and people are very happy with sending you in the right direction. And for example, someone needs help with say 3 or 4 or 5 accounts.
You've killed it, Des.
I've killed it. How's this one?
That's good.
Okay, yes, I think it's that connectivity, and people, I've heard it over and over again. They said that person was very helpful that you connected me to, and I've also had the same thing from bigger business. They come here and say, business has been so easy connecting me to the right people. So I think that is one thing that is exceptional about our city. It's that being able to connect. It's very interactive, I'd say.
Thank you. I guess that's a very hard thing to measure, because if I look at the other themes that we talk about, when we've talked about tourism numbers, we've talked about migrants, and you can pick up the job numbers and things like that. I mean, it's. I'm just wondering, is there any way that we can measure how open we are for doing business, apart from obviously increasing the number of businesses within the city? Is that really the only measure we can?
It is challenging, and I think certainly this is one input into that whole discussion around, I suppose, a comparison of Dunedin as a city where it's easier to start up a business than maybe other centres as well. So it's useful in sort of seeing the consent story that's coming through in here. It's useful in seeing the rate of growth of particular sectors that is coming through here. And again, we need to cross-reference that with other data that we collect as I suppose, as us as an organisation, in terms of actually building that picture. But it is really challenging getting that binary connection between that. I think that answer in terms of the business vitality theme, councillor, within there. But it certainly helps create that picture, I think, of what is working and where the situation is at the moment.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a question around tourism figures. There's a figure on page 92 of 200, and let's make it, it's 299.8. Let's make it $300 million of GDP, and then it has another figure, page 133, which talks about visitor spend, and that's 824 million from MB. So I just wonder why the difference in that figure. Is the GDP the bit that sticks, or?
Yeah, so the lower figure, the 299, they call it 300 million, that's GDP. So that's essentially the value added. That's the profit on providing those tourism services and what's going to local workers for their wages and doing those services. Whereas the top line figure, the 800 million, I think it was, that's the total number through the till, and only a portion of that is kept in Dunedin. Some of it's paid to Coke for supplies for providing those services. Some of it goes to banks outside the region. That's pretty. It's similar across most industries. You take money in, and pretty quickly you've got costs you've got to cover.
So it's the bit that sticks to our economy.
I think that's fair. There would be a little bit more on top of that, which would be where you're buying services locally that may not be in that. So your cafe pays a local builder. That impact will show up in construction, not in tourism.
So is there a multiplier that shows that? I'm just curious because I'm a visitor industry person, and when tourism industry Aotearoa put out their pie graph, it shows that about 10% is spent on attractions, say, and then it goes through all of the other money that's spent on other things like the transport, the hotels, dining out, retail, all that kind of stuff. So is the GDP figure catching all of that?
It's certainly, it's certainly attempting to, and so it's trying to capture all of the ways that they touch it, whether through transport, through attractions, through hotels.
So when we're doing an economic impact study, say like the stadium hosts, say a rugby match, and lots of people come in, and then there's an economic impact report, and the economic impact, is that measuring something like direct spend again, like hotels and food and petrol and stuff, or has it got a multiplier in it?
Can't entirely speak because I didn't do that, but generally it should be the figure it should be comparable to that kind of 300 million figure. It might be a slight overstatement because just to pay the example, if the stadium pays a builder, that might be they might have tried to include that in that kind of big figure for that particular event, but it's commensurate with that 299 million figure. The other thing, not captured in any of them, is kind of that migration angle, and that that plays a role in raising the profile of the area and attracting people to permanently migrate and fill in labour force shortfalls down the track.
I've got some councillors going for a second round of questions, but I'm just going to jump in ahead just with some questions. How are we comparing to places like Palmerston North and Hamilton?
Oh, it's still on. Okay. So Hamilton's a different kettle of fish. They have a very young population. They're growing very quickly. So they've got a lot of population that's really driving their results. If we compare to Palmerston North and we kind of pass across other, sort of cities of that ilk, so looking at, say, Nelson and Whangarei, I think we'll certainly compare to Nelson and Palmerston North, Dunedin's doing slightly better in terms of economic growth at the moment, but they're still kind of in the same league, if you will. They've both, it's the same story of not quite as much upside when the borders reopened. Growth is negative at the moment, and so in a similar league, but Dunedin marginally ahead of Palmerston North.
Perfect. And obviously, if we had 800 workers running over 2 buildings of a new hospital, the numbers would be looking a lot stronger.
To a degree. So, I mean, I think you've got about 7,000 currently working in construction in the city. So you're looking at, round numbers, 10%, that would be on the hospital, and potentially a rise above that. What we would expect and what the previous modelling has shown is that the hospital build would displace some activity. So some of that commercial stuff going on would be followed by a bit less other commercial stuff, and so it would kind of soak up the focus of the construction sector in the city.
Okay, thank you. And when I look at page 76 of our papers, or page 15 and page 16 of your report, it talks about the highlights of the professional, scientific and technical services made the largest contribution to employment. So in a lot of ways we're talking digital, code, gaming, a lot of those sort of industries.
That's certainly a part of professional services. There's still some boring stuff in there, if you will. So there's still engineers, architects working on the hospital, vets, also accountants, all sorts of things, but all generally higher paying, high qualified roles.
And then we look at the decline. The largest detractor was in education and training. So I take it that's like with the job losses at the university, lack of international students coming into town, and also the changes at the Polytechnic.
Yeah, I'd imagine most of that's tertiary, more so than in primary and secondary, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Gary, then Councillor Gill.
Nick, when I look at this, what I hear from you at a high level is that we're following national trends a lot of the times. We buck the system a little bit, or the trends a little bit in some areas like the affordable housing and a lower crime rate and those kinds of things. But what I wanted to know from you is I didn't see any big surprises in here. Did you? Was it as you would have expected for this city with our demographics and so forth?
Yeah, I think that's a fair conclusion. It's no surprises. I mean, it's not pretty when you've got a GDP decline and you've got the all of the indicators around that kind of suggesting that things are a bit tough. Looking at that really weak consumer spending result. But yeah, like I said, you're in similar company. You're not at the bottom of the pack by any means. And it does to a huge extent reflect that that broader national environment, the particularly that the sort of monetary policy and what that's done for interest rates and how that's affected people's spending and investing.
So, to be really clear, we're not an outlier in that regard. In the national context, we're following that trend.
Absolutely, yep.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. School attendance. Right, I've got a couple of questions. I'll throw them at you, and you may not be able. I'm not going to expect you to know the answer to both of these necessarily, Nick, but hopefully one of the gentlemen on either side of you may know to one of them. So, we've got 56.6 here, 56.2 for the region, and 52.1 nationally. So we're comparing ourselves nationally. As a country, we often compare ourselves to other countries, particularly the likes of Australia, or then depending on what we're talking about, we compare ourselves to a different country. How do we sit on an international kind of basis? Is it normal that only 55% for round numbers attend? That's one. And the second one is the peak of 72.6 in December 2016. there's a saying that is going around in my head when I look at that, which is when the knife goes dull, go back to the last time the knife was sharp. So do we know what we were doing in December 2016 to have it at 72.6, and now all of a sudden we've dropped by 20%?
Yeah, short answer is I don't have the international comparison, and I don't know exactly what was driving it. But to pick up on that point, it is interesting to note that it peaked at 2016. I think we've talked a lot about in general about the effect of COVID and all of those sort of different perceptions around illness and when it's okay to stay home, and that has had an effect on school attendance. But really important to acknowledge that it was started declining long before the pandemic from that peak in 2016. I don't know why. Internationally, don't have a comparison. It is tricky to compare as well because there is a bit of administrative, how do you count an absence? These absences, if you had, as an example, if you had an illness that pulled you away from school, you'd still show as absent in these. These aren't justified absences. These are just attendance or not attending. So it would be tricky to sort of compare as a measure across the areas. I think that's probably the outcomes is probably more valid for the international comparison. But I don't have those figures at hand.
And so therefore, the attendance you talked about, I'm assuming that given there is some that is done online and etc., that is still classified as you can turn up like this at home in your jammies or whatever, and you're still classified as attending. You don't actually have to be in the building. Have we?
I don't know. My daughter's at primary school, and obviously that's pretty much you're either in the class or you're not. I'm not sure how it works at secondary school, to be honest, in terms of whether that online attendance would count or not.
No further questions? Yep, Councillor Hulahan.
I was wondering that too, and given we are higher than the national average, I wonder why that was, but you don't know? Yeah. Right.
Don't have a great explanation, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, I'm happy to move the report for noting. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Gary, thank you. I would just like to thank Mr. Bronson for coming to speak to us, along with Mr. Liggett and Mr. Adamson. When we look at this report, I guess it's the frustration that we're dealing with something reporting to the March 2023 reports, and then trying to work out our report through to the June 2024 quarterly report as well. I think the key that I look at is that there's obviously still a lot of effects of COVID in here, but overall the city is doing reasonably well considering, and the city does have a lot of positives. So I think we just have to take the good and the bad and in the middle as well, and move forward. And but I'm going to be. I don't think the next report this time next year is going to be as positive, unfortunately, which we sort of saw in some of the MSD figures. Councillor Van der Vis.
I've looked at the 2023 economic profile in particular that we have in front of us, and I've looked at the hard numbers. You've just said that a city does have a lot of positives. When I look at the economic profile, and these are hard numbers, and I look at the New Zealand average, and then I look at Dunedin. Dunedin is below average on every one of these: gross domestic product, employment growth, productivity level, business growth, population growth, living standards, mean household income, per capita income, average house value. Dunedin is not just average, it is below average on every single one of these major economic profiles. To say that the city has a lot of positives, that we are on top of a strong economy and that we have a strong rate of employment, to me is to roll these very hard data facts in glitter. We need to accept that Dunedin isn't doing well compared to the rest of the country, hasn't been doing well for some time, And we need to take that acceptance as a spur to looking at what we can do to A, get to average, and then hopefully get to better than average. Because currently none of the economic profiles that I see have an upward direction, except the unemployment rate, which is slightly higher than New Zealand average. Given these hard facts, given that we have been through COVID, but the rest of the country has been through COVID as well, I believe we need to look to what other cities are doing differently and see what we can improve on. One city in particular that I would like to highlight would be Napier. Napier has 3 collection points basically for their export market. They have the second largest volume of freight going through their wharf than we do. They have a much more vibrant art community. They have a lot more concerts that attract a lot of people from Auckland and other places. Napier is a small city that really is well above average in a whole lot of respects, and there are things that Napier does that we should be looking at as well. We can even look to Invercargill to see what Invercargill is doing that is better than what we are. Not that Invercargill has ever been that outstanding. But I think what we need to do is look at the museums that Invercargill has, and particularly their Transport and Motorcycle Museum, and realise what a big plus it can be for a city if we get local benefactors to put into major attractions. And I'm still thinking that the Sports Hall of Fame is a potentially major attraction that if we were to put some effort into making the Sports Hall of Fame a new national and international attraction, using the interactive technology that we have in the city, people like TaylorMade and other gaming companies, that we could do for Dunedin what has been done for some of the other cities around New Zealand. The economic profile we have is consistently below average. We need to recognise that, not pretend that it's anything else, and from that base build a much better Dunedin.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we talk our city down, our city will be down in the eyes of the rest of New Zealand. And quite frankly, I am really sick of hearing that narrative. I'm incredibly proud of this city, and we've heard from Mr. Brunsden that we have followed the trends for the most part in a national context. It follows from COVID, and now it follows from what the government has been doing, whether you agree with it or not. It's really not about political stripes that I'm talking, but it's about the consequences of government policy, and we've seen that in the results. So there's some outliers in amongst the trends, and some of them are positive and some of them are negative. And some of the positives are that we have more affordable housing in Dunedin. Yes, there's an issue with the quality of the housing in some respects, but we do have more affordable housing. And we've heard from Mr. Adamson, who is deeply entrenched in our business community, about the connectivity within our business community, and we're going to hear in the startup space, if you read your papers and looked at some of the videos around the Study and Live campaign that ED is currently promoting, about that connectivity and about doing business in Dunedin. And I quote Mr. Brunsden, who said, I believe, that Dunedin has ridden the same tide as the national economy and has strong foundations. And so, all things considered, I take from that, we're doing pretty damn well in the current context, to be honest, and we have solid foundations, and that's good to hear. We did hear that we rely on migration to grow the population. And I just want to reflect on that for a moment, because one of the things that gets in the road of that is the problems with immigration processes. And so again, that lies at the feet of government, because we have been asking for some time for something to be done to make the processes more effective and efficient. I note the growth in the construction industry, and if we want to know how this council can help and facilitate, we only have to look back at what happened in the last triennium and the work that went on to facilitate builds like the ACC building that we've now seen coming to fruition. And not all that long ago, I stood with a delegation, a Dunedin delegation from China, I believe it was, in Otago House, and it was pointed out to me by the residents of that particular floor, as you look 360 around, I think it was something like 12 cranes on the skyline. You only have to look at that and know that doesn't happen overnight, and that we do have a role in facilitating that, and we have, and we're seeing the benefit of that now. We also see the impact of things like the government taking away the clean car rebate in the rate of EVs that are being purchased, and that's in this report as well. So my point is that some of the things are beyond our control, and some of them we can influence. And I'm happy to say that we have done well in that regard in the past. My colleague, who I disagree with largely, I do agree with around livability. We've got, I think it's the oldest art gallery in the country, and we're incredibly lucky, if you look at the likes of Tauranga, that has nothing like museums and art galleries. We have long established facilities of that kind. So we are very rich in terms of our arts and culture. And I want to finish with the gentleman I met on Friday night at a gig who had just moved here with his wife, and his name was Roger, and he has moved from Auckland, and I believe he was retired. He'd spent many holidays down here in Dunedin, loved the architecture of the city, the outdoors, and the lifestyle and livability of our city, and moved here 2.5 weeks ago, and I meet people like that all of the time. So let's not talk our city down. Let's be aware of the context, and let's be positive for once, for goodness sake.
Mayor Raddick.
Well, I agree with both last speakers. I agree that we should not be talking the city down. We should be talking the city up. But talking it up or talking it down, neither helps so much as positive action. There's no doubting the data. And so the question comes, what are we going to do about it? It's all very well to talk about it. What are we going to do about it? And I suggest simply one thing that is well within our capability and that we are doing, in my opinion, insufficiently at this time. And what I'm talking about is funding into economic development. So of the 4 strategic areas that we work on, economic development is by miles, a million miles, the very least funded. And I think by increasing funding in there and initiating some tactical responses to the data we see, that will help us grow the city into the future. Admittedly, we are handicapped by our demographics. We have student population who are not earning, and we have a retired population who are similarly not earning as much as they used to. But we do have a solid group of people in between, and we also have our number one industry in town, which is education. So we have a range of educational institutes which are continually producing an ongoing stream of bright young minds. So our mission, one of the missions that we could adopt and focus more attention and funding on, is retaining those bright young minds in this city with new businesses. It's pleasing to see we'll be getting a report from Startup, and there are a range of institutions that are working in this area at the moment, but I think that is one thing that we as a council could be doing more of.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you. Someone with an economics degree, I love a good economics report, and I read it with great interest, and I've been reading them for, gosh, when did I start work at the EDU? Back in 2008. And it is true that we have languished below average for Dunedin stats and GDP, employment, population growth, all of those sort of things. And I think that's why something like the economic development strategy is so important, and I think that I have banged on enough about that we need to get the economic development strategy going again, because that is very important to us. I also note that we are at high risk, because this is of government policies, because we're too reliant on government money. Our top employers are higher education, hospitals and primary education. That's our three top employers, which are all reliant on government money. And this is where I give a plug for tourism, because wasn't it great to see some tourism figures going up? Bit concerned about the overnight stay, but great to see some great growth in the spend, and that's why I asked the questions about the GDP, the bits that stick, and then the other stats which are showing the $864 million that's actually coming into the city. So we do need to do a lot better for tourism and support that as well, but we also need to be very wary of those government policies which are going to, well, we know they're affecting our hospital, that they're going to affect the employment, and we have got a great I was looking on the bright side, which we had. It was good news for tourism spend and better news for car dealers, because we were down, but we weren't down as much as the rest of New Zealand. So that was an interesting stat. But I thought that when we look at the type of people employed, our employment in our highly skilled jobs, we are above the national average in that. We've got more professionals, and in the knowledge-intensive industries employment, we are 6 points higher than the rest of New Zealand. So it is all actually about the quality of jobs that we have in the city, and that stood out in this report, was the high quality jobs. But we also do need to concentrate, as I said, on putting in the economic development strategy, because as council we can't make jobs, but we can be an enabler, and that's making us the key thing, as well as putting money into economic development, is putting money into all of the rest of the things, the cultural, the social well-being, what have I forgotten? Got arts. So, and of course the environment, which apparently we're not doing that well on, is that we need to make ourselves I took on board what Councillor Gary said, the most livable city in New Zealand, because that will bring people to live here. So as council, we are here to provide the facilities, we're here to provide the connectedness and the positivity that will bring people in here. And I'm not blowing glitter or anything like that, because I absolutely think that we should be concentrating and setting targets. And I hate to say that, well, wouldn't it be great to be average? Wouldn't it be great to be above average on all of those stats? I also acknowledge what Mayor Raddick said about the number of students in the city, and that when you look at the realities of where the rents are and stuff like that, that is because there's a whole bunch of students in here, and they do skew our figures. So I don't know if there's an economic unmultiplier to take out the student effect. We love them, and they're really, really important to our city, but there's also other stats that they impact on. So I look forward to us. I think we set a target for the end of the year for getting our economic development strategy up and running. So I look forward to hopefully having an impact on some of these figures next year or the year after.
Councillor Walker is next, along with Councillor Gilbert and Councillor Houlihan.
Yeah, thanks. It's a while since I said I wasn't going to speak, but somebody's inspired me to speak. And that's Councillor Vandervis. Do we have issues? Yeah, we do. Every city has issues, and every city is feeling the effects of tough times. And so I just want to thank the team here, Nick, and the team for the report. It's excellent. But I do get perplexed when we, as councillors who are elected to lead the city, do talk it down. And we can talk to work for things that are at the core and centre of what makes a city tick, remembering that all cities tick for different reasons. So all cities can't be measured equally with similar parameters across the board. There's different reasons why people choose to live in a place that they want to call home. And I started just, as you were talking, Councillor Van, just listing a few things down here as an immigrant to this country that I am. And I started with innovation, affordable housing, beautiful, stunning environment, young, vibrant citizens that actually also care about the elderly in the city, a city with a social conscience, a city with great educational facilities right from primary right through to tertiary, travel and commute times that are the envy of cities across the planet. And again, as I mentioned yesterday, having just come back, don't underestimate the value of a short commute time. We have a brilliant creative city, and we have excellent and growing relationships with Mana Whenua, and we shouldn't take the foot off the pedal on that one. And yet again, and I think Councillor Gary touched on this, the only way, or one of the major ways that will set us backwards, is talking ourselves down, and the only way we won't fulfill our strategic goal, which I think we do anyway, to be one of the world's great small cities, is to defer to the sort of comments you made. Thank you.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you. I agree with much of what Councillor Walker has just said. Is everything rosy? No, it's not. But it isn't rosy pretty much anywhere, really. Just a quick glance through the paper or through the internet will show you what's happening around the country as well as around the globe. And so by comparison, as has been pointed out, we seem to be doing pretty bloody well. I'd love to see Dunedin Nights as much as they can supporting local businesses, sure. I'd also like to believe that they are doing it as much as they can, just as I would like to believe that councillors are supporting the city as much as they can. We are a hidden gem. It's not a one-eyed local saying that. It is the countless number of visitors that I talk to at the market each week. Whenever I hear an accent from somewhere that clearly isn't local, I always engage them in conversation, and to a person they always say just how wonderful it is, how much we don't realise what we have. They do also make some critiques as to what they think we could do better, but those are minor in comparison to how much they love the place. Let's not hide away. I would love to see the return of the billboard that used to adorn the Auckland airport, which said, "Auckland, gateway to Dunedin." And whilst I'm on the subject of airports, another thing that we are very lucky to have is our airport, with the new flights announced between here and Gold Coast, and as I understand it, for those that wish it, the ability to get to Napier.
Councillor Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I just wanted to say, just because I couldn't help myself since everybody else is saying something, that I don't think there's any problem in actually highlighting some of these issues where statistically we've come up a bit lower than other centres, because if you don't know a problem, you can't solve it. I also want to thank the authors of this report, because I think, once again, as I mentioned, it shows all the good, the bad and the ugly. And a problem in an entrepreneurship point of view creates an opportunity. So where we've got areas that were a bit lower or higher, or, our statistics, if they're not as good as they could be, that creates an opportunity for our city. So it's not, you don't have to look at it as necessarily a negative thing. It's an area where we could look at enhancing it. So, thank you for the report, and obviously, like everybody else around the table, I think that we've got heaps of fantastic things about our city.
Any further speakers? Okay, I'll use my right of reply. I think we could probably look at Councillor Van der Vis's comments as, I think I've probably heard those 5 or 6, maybe even 8 years in a row. And I think the part that is, when you look at any sets of data, no matter what they are. There's good, bad, and there's the middle of the road. The part that I'm looking at all the way through, I'm proud to live in Dunedin. There's a lot of good things happening here, and a lot of good speakers have promoted that. So I agree with comments like Councillor Gary, Councillor Walker, and Councillor Gilbert. The people I talk to also say the same thing. Dunedin's a pretty good place to live. And when you look at some of the negatives, they're not big. They're minor. They're minor, but they are important negatives. We do have to work on them as much as we can, because some of them are out of our control. And that's what we have to remember. They're out of our control. Our key focus is actually focusing on what we can control, what we can do, and how we can promote the city. Good promotion, good storytelling, and positive about the city is a big way to achieve this. I actually touched on, and I firmly believe, the stats would be very different if the Labour government had have kept through with the hospital and we were coming out of the ground and we had 800 workers. Those stats for 2023 and on to 2024 would have been quite different. But that's not what we've got at the moment, so we have to deal with what we're facing. But I think the key is, when we go back to Mayor Raddick, he talks about increasing funding to promote Dunedin. Totally agree. We have to get that on the agenda. Councillor Barker, quality of jobs stood out, and we need to name on board job growth. Totally agree. That comes with the funding and also telling the story. And I agree with the other councillors. Dunedin is a great place to live, and there's a good news story here, and we have to be positive. Again, like everywhere else around the country, there's been headwinds in a lot of areas. I think we've weathered them very well, and I think we'll continue to weather them very well, and there are some more headwinds to come. So with that, I moved it. Councillor Gary seconded. All in favour?
By division, please.
By division. Yep.
Councillor Eklund.
Aye.
Councillor Barker.
Aye.
Councillor Benson Pope. Councillor Gary.
Aye.
Councillor Gilbert.
Aye.
Councillor Houlihan. Councillor Lafiso. Okay. Councillor Lucas.
Aye.
Councillor O'Malley.
Aye.
Mayor Raddick.
Aye.
Councillor Vandervis.
Aye.
Councillor Walker.
Aye.
Councillor Witherell.
Aye.
And Chair.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Thank you. Next item, item 8. We have the Startup Dunedin annual update to June 2024. Welcome Ms Butler, Mr Pearson, Mr Reddy and Mr Liggett. Mr Liggett, how would you like to proceed?
Happy to take the report as read and hand over to Startup Dunedin to discuss.
Tēnā koutou pukenga mā, nā mihi ke te mana whenua ko Kaitahu, ko Rachel tēnei, ko Wade tērā, rawa ko Jamie tērā. No Startup Dunedin mātou, I hara ahau I te tangata mohio ki te kōrero te reo Māori. E tika ana kia mihi atu, kia mihi mai, no reira, tēnā koutou katoa. Kia ora koutou, ngā mihi o te wiki o te reo Māori. Good afternoon, happy Māori Language Week, and thank you for making the time on a very long day to meet with us. My name's Rachel Butler. I'm joined here by the Chair of Startup Dunedin, Wade Pearson, and the DCC representative, Jamie Reedy. It's been a really amazing year for Startup Dunedin. We've had a calendar filled with events, with our ambitious students, with some incredible founders solving problems in our community. And from January until June just this year, we've supported 237 Dunedinites through events, programs and check-ins. So just as a reminder for how we currently serve our community, we have 3 core ways that we do that. The first one is the beloved Audacious program, which connects and cross-pollinates the Polytech students and the university students to build on their studies and to connect into our city. The second is our check-ins, which is a first point of call for anyone in our community wanting to build something, grow something, or just to connect into the ecosystem. And we also have our distiller incubator, and this is for those really early stage scalable business models with the hope that we can give them regular support and connections to help them do what they're going to do faster. So through our programs, there's a real focus on bespoke mentorship. It's about helping the founders and their teams de-risk, so they have the confidence to move those ideas forward. One of the greatest strengths and one of the unique parts of the Startup Dunedin model and how it was set up is the fact that it's a small creative team that has autonomy and the agility to adapt to our community and to those needs as they change. So an example in the last financial year is that we saw a record 198 check-ins, that's one-on-one time with businesses in our community, which is a really big jump from the prior year of 119. I wanted to highlight these check-ins because they're really vital for our city, because how we use them is we use them as kind of a triage mechanism to connect them into other resources that exist. It's not always us. It's about meeting that founder and their industry and their needs and the stage they're at. So the growth of that number represents a couple of things, but the one I wanted to highlight is the team have spent a really big part of this year lowering that barrier to access. So it's looking at language, keeping it really simple, making sure it's clear how to navigate all the different support structures that exist in the city, and simplifying how they meet with the team. So that barrier to entry is really low. What we're seeing is bringing up the capability of our whole community, and we're reaching more of our city than ever. So these numbers, I think, really cement that Startup Dunedin has become a really trusted resource within our city, but also it allows us to provide a really great one-stop shop for everything that you might need to support your business or social enterprise while you're in Dunedin. The other really neat thing about the check-ins is it gives us insight to key themes. So what are businesses struggling with, what are they interested in, and then we can collaborate with other organisations to provide those expertise in kind of a one-to-many. So some of them you'll be familiar with. We got to collaborate with some really neat events with the Red Cross, with Dunedin Multicultural Society, but also with organisations like Business South and with Tech Week. Also looking where we can partner with the council in particular departments, things like Good Food Dunedin or Aratoi. And so we try to work really closely with other organisations to make sure it doesn't matter where someone starts, there's no wrong door if you're building or starting a business in Dunedin. Founders always make our city really proud, but it's been a particularly good year, both nationally and internationally, having them represent our city. A few examples include Fuel My Potential. This is a sports nutrition hub that was accepted into a competitive national accelerator, but they've also pitched locally at FoundX. Coral Cone, a femtech startup you might have heard me talk about before, have just closed a successful crowdfunding campaign, but they've also won a number of awards at the Australian Clean and Conscious Awards this year. Later stage companies are also thriving. We have the health tech startup Saha, closed $1.9 million at the end of October last year, and Nomos One, which was founded all the way back in 2011, exited successfully, being bought by a US tech firm. So it's here that reminds us that you can build a business in Dunedin, but very much with a view to take it to the world. Founder successes like this are an important part of our city's fabric. We need this creative, inclusive ecosystem to foster stories and remember that success looks like lots of different things for different people. And that means we've seen successful crowdfunding campaigns, we've seen people raise, and we've seen brand new startups go on and make sales. To meet the needs of this diverse community, we've supported 104 events across the year, and this looks like anything you can imagine, from working with the Highlanders and high performance teams to working with high schoolers with young enterprise, working with Māori entrepreneurs and hosting local wānanga, also supporting the the senior entrepreneurs in their meetups. We're passionate about making sure our connections are strengthened beyond our region. We work really closely with Queenstown, Southland and Christchurch, but we're also working closer to home with working with Waitaki to build out their local knowledge and share what we've learnt in building in Dunedin. All in all, I think you'll find that Dunedin's startup scene is very much like our city. It's creative, it's eclectic, it's hopeful, it's busy. But when we invest in these programs, it's not about funding a person or a company. It's about fueling a cycle of innovation for our city. It's about community building. It's about economic resilience. When we support startups, we're supporting a future where new industries can continue to emerge. It's where communities stay connected and solve their own unique problems, but also it's a place where our economy can adapt and grow. So I want to thank you for another great year in supporting our startups. And while you've all had a massive day, a reminder that the Audacious Student Showcase is on tonight at 5:30. There's some amazing ideas and we'd love to host you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good for questions. Perfect. Councillor Walker, then Councillor Gary.
Yeah, thanks, Rachel and team. The way the day's going, we'll be lucky to get out of here by 5:30 because there's more coming after you go. And thank you for mentioning that the city is hopeful. If you were listening to the previous comment, and firstly, I just want to say as well, we, as councillors, we read a lot of really dense documents. This document you presented is phenomenal. It should be a template for stuff that's presented to us. My question is around, you mentioned about lowering barriers, and that's been really helpful. Can you just maybe just outline what they are, and in the future, I mean, how far can one lower barriers without affecting the operational side of what you do?
Yeah, great question. So one of the biggest things is the word startup, business, social enterprise, company. There's a lot of jargon, and when someone goes out and looks for business support, that's a really hard thing to Google. We're all aware of so many places you can start in Dunedin to get that help, but it's really hard to know how to navigate it. So the first thing is making sure that we are hyper-connected so people can find those resources wherever they start. The second thing is that language. Startup can come with a lot of theatre, a lot of rah-rah, a lot of words that are hard to understand sort of unnecessarily with the language. And so making sure we're using simple language to help people get in the door is a really important value for us. And the last thing is just how easy it is to come and meet with us. There's a lot of barriers to getting help. People are nervous. They can be nervous to share a new idea. They can be unsure of getting it wrong. And so at the moment we've minimised what they need to do to book that time with us, and we meet them. And we meet them on the phone, we meet them in person, we meet them on Zoom, but it's just making sure that they feel welcome and know how much support there is that's unique to our city.
Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Welcome back, Rachel. Tēnā koutou. I was interested in the starting up with food, and I was aware of the collaboration with the Red Cross and doing that session and translated in Farsi and Arabic. Tell me a little bit about that, because I believe it was a great success.
It was. Again, it's a great example of Dunedin's connectiveness, and you can get most people on the phone that day to make stuff happen. So it was a collaboration with the council, ourselves, and Red Cross, because again we'd had a theme of check-ins coming thing with food, and just the specific resources that go into understanding about food. And I'd have to dust off who was there, but the farmers market also came along, because people naturally think that's a great place to start, and they want people to be successful, but understanding what measures need to be in place. And so that session, while we had it in person, is now being turned into a resource that will be available through Good Food Dunedin, through ourselves and through Red Cross. And so it's looking again that one-to-many. How can you take something if people can't be there in person for lots of reasons? And that resource I think is live now, but I can check that for you.
So that would be really important for our migrant community, who we've just heard in the previous session are really important to growing our population here in the city. So great compliment to that. I was really interested in the variety of startups, the stories. I mean, I just want to unpick them all, but I just want to take as an example Village Wise, and wondered if you could speak about that a little bit if you had.
Mm-hmm. Village Wise are a great example of sort of what it looks like to engage Startup Dunedin. So they came in through a check-in. There was a wānanga being hosted, a national one that was coming to Dunedin, so we were able to invite them to that event, and from there they've come through and actually joined our incubator. So they are looking in the disability and support worker space. It currently can take up to a year if you are living with a disability in your whānau to be connected with a support worker, and that's the problem that they are trying to tackle.
Excellent.
Sorry, I cut you off.
It's all right. Thank you. And are there any other examples that just sort of bubbled to the top? I know there's lots of them, but there's such good news stories. It'd be great to hear for another one.
If you're looking at, I guess, trends kind of nationally, AI is the buzzword for everyone. Ingenium's looking at early disease prevention. Tom, the founder, is a vet, seeing that problem and using technology to solve it. Spellcaster is in the educational tech space, which is another really interesting one to keep an eye on. They're probably the two that jump out straight away.
My final question is something we heard in the last debate around keeping people, our bright young things, which there's a lot of in this area, in Dunedin. Could you speak to that, about the role startup has in keeping people here?
I like to think of Audacious program as a little bit of a Trojan horse. We hope they come through and build this great idea, but I hope that we can show them what is beyond the tertiary precinct and the other innovation that's here. So when they start their career, wherever it is, we've kind of sold them Dunedin while we've had them living here. So Audacious is this beautiful vehicle where you're encouraging them to have a go. What do you see that could be done differently? Could that be you to do it? But more so, we hope we connect them to the other founders and the other businesses that are here and go, look how easy and look how supportive Dunedin is for whatever that creative business, social enterprise endeavour that you'd like to take on.
Thank you.
Mayor Raddick.
Speaking about Audacious, I see on the chart on page 37, there's 72 applications this year. But back in the day, 2020-21, there was 188. So it was a heck of a lot. And I'm just curious if is there a direct correlation between the number of applications and the number of successes or businesses that peeled off, or is it, maybe with less businesses there's more intense nurturing and they're more successful? Can you just compare the two numbers, 188 versus 72, and what that has meant?
Absolutely. It sits in the latter. We found we were running 2 cohorts a year. So that number is we're doing intake semester 1 and semester 2, and it's just so short. You're combating with exams and you just lose them, understandably. And so they fall off the face of the planet when it comes to exam time. And there are some really brilliant individuals, really great ideas, and we just weren't giving them the time they needed and getting them to a position where they pitch publicly. We really hope they're putting their best foot forward because we want them to be supported by the community and have those phone calls. I can help with this. I'd love to introduce you to this person. And so one of the things we did kind of as COVID was shaken off a little bit was readdress and start running it as an intake per year, but also being more available on campus. So some of those students would drop off because they'd find it didn't have legs or it was too much time. And so we are now on campus in other ways to support students, and Audacious is a little bit slower and much more intentional with those students.
Councillor Gilbert.
Thank you, Rachel. Nice to see you again. Several things. First of all, the times I have come in to start up, the enthusiasm, the energy of everybody in there just trips me out. It's probably youth related. I did attend the session that Councillor Gary was talking about, where Abdal came and spoke about his journey. And I know you were saying that is being put digitally online. Are more events? Are there more events? And if so, how many more events like that have you got planned? Because that face-to-face thing was just, you could see the support in the room.
We tend to be led by our community on that, so making sure that we're across Red Cross team, Good Food Dunedin, and available for those events as needed. I don't think there's any food specific ones lined up, but I can definitely look into that for now. But again, we try to be led by the industry and by be available for the community as they need those events.
Cool. There was also a map that I kind of fell in love with, which I wished had been around when I was starting my business. Has that been turned into an online resource? For those who don't know, it tells you exactly where to go and who to talk to, which was just brilliant. Is that an online resource now?
It's modelled off an eyesight map. The idea, you come to town, you go, where are the public toilets in the swimming pool and where can I take the kids for lunch? And we use that for all the business support. It is online. We have it as a PDF because the information is only as good as its last update. And so for us, the value add at the moment is making sure it is relevant and up to date. And so we leave it as a PDF so we can update it every 6 months, but it's available online on our website.
Awesome, a great resource. And last question is, didn't see any mention of it in there, but I think in one of our conversations you mentioned there was either if needed or there is a relationship with Ignite, or am I remembering that incorrectly? And if I'm not remembering it incorrectly, how many engagements from the people who walk in to start up and go, here I am, I'm interested, through to the if you like the Ignite stage of helping with business plans or marketing plans or whatever.
Ignite, the student group that does the, so I guess we work alongside them the way we do any other student-led organisation. We actually helped establish a startup club on campus so they can be almost the peer of Ignite, because I think it's nicer by students for students, and again we're there to support them and what they need, but we've all aged out a little bit of the tertiary space, so making sure it is meeting their needs and their education. So the Startup Club is very much part of that, and I think the team catch up with Ignite a couple of times a year. So again, it's just making sure that we're all working together really well.
I then have Councillor Houlihan, Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as Councillor Walker said, we're probably going to be late tonight, so I might not get to Audacious, sorry. But with Audacious, do you know, because I know you're good on your numbers, what, how many of those go to Challenger Series? Like, yeah.
Great memory. So Challenger Series is now the Distiller Incubator side of things. So there's a couple of ways. We try to keep in touch. The ones that want to continue, we make sure we're available for them. So it tends to be a little bit more of a nurturing phase before then, but I think we've got 2 in TDI now, and there's definitely a handful that carry on. There's always a tension between study and exams, and we don't want one of our KPIs to be who dropped out of university or Polytech if we can help it. But I can get you the numbers for the last calendar year if you like.
Just wondered, because obviously they're the ones who are a bit more advanced and they go forward, yeah. And on saying that, I was at the, as Wade knows, at the speaker the other night around heading into the American market, and a lot of the stuff he said was really interesting. It was good. Do you think there's many startup businesses that you know of that might be ready to sort of make that move from our city?
Hopefully not move, get involved in that market. Again, that's where we're really lucky that we have supports like NZTE that are available to help get into those markets well. So I couldn't say offhand where America's a good fit, but we really hope anyone who's building something scalable wants to stay in Dunedin, but is thinking global from day one, because that's how you're going to build something that's sustainable for our city.
Councillor Barker.
Thank you, Chair. Kia ora koutou. I think your newsletters are amazing and huge value, so thank you to the team that send those out, because I get a lot of newsletters and I actually read those ones. I wish that I could make it to more events. I just wondered if you do demographics on, because I know this has got a lot of students in it, but I just am wondering about the amount of regular Dunedin people that are serviced by startup, or should I say serviced by, that are coming and seeing Startup Dunedin, because I see a lot of student focus here, and I just wonder about those numbers, because the students do tend to, I'm sorry to say it, start the businesses and then leave, but we kind of want people to start businesses and stay. So I wonder if you have any information on that.
I can double check the check-in numbers, but that 198, very few will be students. So we're available on campus to try and make those office hours available to them. So we go to each campus each week, and we're available for them, any students, to come and talk to us about what they're working on. The check-ins tend to be the wider community. It's tricky because Audacious has such a great brand recognition in the community, but the challenge you have with that is people still think Startup Dunedin is just for students, and it's just something that, because of where our office is and the proximity to 2, it is really challenging to keep breaking down. Most of the Distiller Incubator, most of those people have had an entire career, and they're solving a problem that they've found within that career, and that's the majority, not students.
My next question is just, there's mention through this about the service level agreement, and I think I asked this question last year, because it says it's a report on the outcomes. I just wonder whether we could have, perhaps next time, the service level agreement attached, so that we can understand what outcomes you're reporting to. Does that make sense? Yeah, thank you.
Any further questions? No. Councillor Gary is to move. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Walker, thank you. Councillor Gary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jamie, Rachel and Wade, thank you for your work in this area. We note the difference it's making to our city. It's a good news story, and I'll continue in that vein. We've heard somewhat not good news stories from some of my colleagues today, but this is such a great example of what we can do as council to invest in a program like this. And I want to acknowledge also sitting over there Ms O'Brien and Mr Adamson and Mr Liggett for the work they do, which complements one another. The startup complementing what we do in ED, and ED, the work in ED complementing startup. And I'm thinking of Job Done and so forth, which is encouraging students to stay here. And then this code and the digital health initiatives, it all is related to one another. And it develops a story that this place is a place of innovation and inspiration. And if we're asking ourselves at council, what can we do? Well, I've mentioned investing. And also we can turn up to events. And having said that, I know several of us aren't able to turn up tonight, but we do when we can. And I would encourage any of my colleagues who haven't been to a startup event to go. It is truly inspiring and positive. So there you are. I was delighted to see the work that was done in the collaboration with the Red Cross around migrant communities and their efforts to start up food businesses, because when you are a migrant, you're in a new place, you have a language challenge as well, and then you're trying to learn all about the bureaucracy of the city and the country you are new to, and you want to start up a business. It's pretty formidable. And so I applaud you for the work you did in collaborating and for the translation to Arabic and Farsi and collaborating with the Red Cross, because I really do believe that will make a difference. And I encourage you to think creatively around those communities, because as I said, migration into this city is going to be really important for population growth, and we want to be known as a place that supports migrants, and I call it the warm embrace of the city, and the work you do in that area is part of that warm embrace. The work that is done, as I said, by Chanel O'Brien and the Job Done project, and keeping our students here, keeping our international students here, all important. And whether it's the check-ins, the Audacious program, the Distiller Incubator, it all adds to the livability of this city as a vibrant and inclusive community, and it makes me damn proud. Keep up the great work.
Further speakers? Oh, sorry, Councillor Hurland, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to say that as well. I say it every time, but I'll just keep saying it. Chanel O'Brien is awesome. She does a great job, so does Des. And they're hands-on, they're in there, they know all the people around in the business sector. They've been there for years. I can remember back when, what was it, started, Rachel will know the name of it, can't think of it at the moment, but anyway, where the guys from Chattanooga came out, and I did show, I actually think Sophie was there too, Gigatown I think it was, or no, something. Anyway, but Chanel was there then. So, she's been right at the start for years and years with it. It's great. But something I want to say around the presentation today, and it's a little bit different from what they've been doing, is it's great to see startup being really proactive and doing some collaborative things in our community. That's the way we're going to get more innovation and entrepreneurship in our city. And I really want to say thank you for that, guys. I think that's awesome, and it's a really good start. Thank you.
I will just add my 2 cents. Thank you, Ms. Butler, Mr. Bess and Mr. Reddy and the board of Startup Dunedin. You've really achieved a lot in the last 12 months or so. 104 events, and there is a lot of good news stories, a lot of great wide minds. When you look at the breadth of industries you're working across, and technologies and things that that really can change the world from right here in Dunedin, and I think that's the part. You no longer have to be in the middle of Europe or the middle of the States or wherever in that part. You can do anything from right here in Dunedin, and I think that's the important part. But you're empowering the students to do that, and I appreciate that. And it's amazing to see, and what you might not understand is actually Audacious does amazing things, but I know of some companies that have come out of the Dunedin ecosystem that weren't necessarily part of Audacious, but the students that make up those businesses followed Audacious and had turned up to events, and the one I'm thinking of is Flat Pack Beds and the way they grew right here in Dunedin. And I think they're on track to sell something like 8,000 beds across the country this year. So it's a pretty mind-boggling story. So, Councillor Walker.
Yeah, sorry, very briefly. I was trying to find it while I looked here, and thanks for the report, guys. It's great, and I've spoken to how brilliant it is. But on page 51, it talks about Findex's awesome Foundex, and it talked about the capital raising stuff, and talked about Dunedin craft distillers. And I bring that up because it sort of relates to the previous thing we were talking around Dunedin. And if you go onto the Pledge Me page, because they're currently trying to raise money, you couldn't get a more Dunedin story than what is happening there at the moment. It's got 5 days left to raise 25k. I'm not asking you to invest, but it's worth going there, looking at the story behind it. You couldn't write this stuff if you want, whether it's the being loaned the thing by Emerson to start the business to where they are now. But I urge you, I can send this round afterwards. That's what makes bloody this town this town. This is a fantastic story, and never lose sight of this sort of thing. I say Netflix couldn't write this. Thank you.
Perfect. Right reply, Councillor Carey.
Oh, just briefly, there's a couple of points that were made that I just want to note, and one of them was around the ecosystem, and I believe I talked about that when I talked about the work done in ED and the work done in startup, how it all complements one another, and that's important. And the comment that that Councillor Walker made, I think, is a really important one around it's part of the Dunedin story, and we're a quirky place, aren't we? We're unique, and that's reflected in a lot of our campaigns, and certainly that's a positive in terms of what we're able to achieve here. And I recall Rachel talking about connectivity, and that was part of the comments made in the previous debate as well. And finally, Councillor Wiley, and I think this is a really important point, that we can change the world in various ways from right here in Dunedin. And I think that says something about our confidence as a city, and we need to continue that journey and that particular path.
Perfect. So the motion is that the committee notes the Startup Dunedin update report. Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Walker. All in favour? Aye. Against? Passed. Thank you. We'll go to item number 7, which is the Otapoti Dunedin Destination Management Advisory Panel draft terms of reference. I will... Oh, Mr Liggett. Excuse me, Miss Butler, before you run. Where is Audacious tonight? Watch it. There we go. Okay, Mr. Liggett, it's all yours.
I'm happy to take the report as read, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Lucas.
Yes, I've got a question on page 34 on item 5.5, and I just think, because we've just done a few of these of recent times, and I'm just wondering whether this one's different, where a panel of 3 members will review candidates, 1 councillor, 1 visitor sector and 1 mana whenua. I'm just not sure that we have that same... We actually haven't discussed the process because we've just done... We approved the live music action plan, and we approved... Maybe that's all we've approved. Sarah Cup, well, yeah. But I was just... And I'm sorry, Mr Chair, I meant to mention that to you, but I just had reread it, and I just wasn't sure we hadn't actually agreed a process previously, yes, that's whether that is the process going forward.
Mr. Liggett, do you have any? Because I'll pass it to you first.
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I do not.
Okay.
So we can certainly take that back to review that, but. Certainly, Ms. Moran might have.
Yeah, I did review this terms of reference, and you're right. I don't think a process for assessing expressions of interest has been discussed in previous terms of reference, but it potentially is something that should be considered.
Was more almost like, we've forgotten this, possibly we've forgotten a step if we get inundated with applications, for example, for the Live Music Action Plan, is how do we, what's the process? Yeah.
So can I, from the chair,
From
can I...
the chair, you can do it
I'm so used to being over this. If we added in on A, that approves with or without amendment the draft terms of reference for the Destination Management Plan Advisory Panel with minor editorial changes. So we can actually cover that off in review, because even though Mr. Liggett wasn't going to speak to it, I'm going to speak to it, because you may have noticed me tapping away on my laptop here through the meeting. To be some of our partners with the destination plan have come back to me this afternoon to say they are a little frustrated and disappointed with some of the aspects of the term of reference. So we're going to have a couple challenges there, but at the same time, I'm confident enough that the bulk of the terms of reference are important enough to get across. There are a lot of positives in what we're trying to achieve here, and it's going to be the best outcome for the destination plan and implementing it going forward. So having that with minor editorial changes allows us to proceed and work with the partners that have sat around the table through the draft destination plan. Councillor Barker, would you say that's a fair assessment?
Yeah, I guess through the chair that we missed the trick during the music action plan, which was we were calling for community representatives, but we hadn't actually decided how they would be chosen. So I now that you've said that, I spotted it, and I think that that's good to have the one council, one visitor sector, and one mana whenua community representative choosing. And I mean, because this is the first panel, that makes it difficult, because ordinarily to take people from the panel to choose the new people on the panel, but how do you start at the beginning? So that's a technical trick, but I think that Councillor Wiley's suggestion for how to address that is a good step forward.
Okay, so just if you can just give me 30 seconds here while I consult with Ms Moran, or unless anybody else has any other questions. Councillor Gilbert, is it a question for me or Mr Liggett?
It's what classifies as minor editorial changes, because if we're having feedback from industry, I'm sure changing a word or a letter here and there is minor, but if much of the gist has changed...
It's not changing the intent.
Okay.
Okay. So bear with... Yeah. Yep, okay, I'll adjourn for 2 minutes. Second to Councillor Walker. All in favour? Okay. Call the meeting back to the table. We've just got a modified. Yep, no, that's all good. If you want to make it a little bit smaller, that'd be good. So it's all on one. Maybe go down to So the panel of 4 members will be 2 councillors, mana whenua member and a member of the tourism sector. It is myself and Councillor Barker, having come through the process of the destination plan for the last how long? Yep. That will come through Dunedin Host or one of the members that have been on the part of the destination plan group to this day. So that, yeah, there's 3 of them that have been pretty much across it all the way. So I'm going to move what's on the board. Is there any question? Councillor Barker, would you like to second this? Yes, thank you. Is there any questions? No? Perfect. And speaking to this, the terms of reference for this, yep, thank you, Mr. Leggett. The terms of reference for this, we will get there in the sense of actually getting the destination management plan underway and having an advisory panel that's going to actually be made up of a lot of strong skills, and it's going to really ensure that the destination management plan is driven by the industry and right across the industry, not just a certain segment of it. And I think that's also important. It's important when we look at the cross-section of community reps, visitor sector representation, mana whenua, and 2 councillors, that we actually have a very robust discussion about how destination management is seen in Dunedin and how we move forward with it. As I said, this is not going to tick all the boxes that some that have been on the steering group all the way through would have liked, but I think there is some real positives in moving this through, and I'm sure there'll be lots of robust discussion taking place over the next few weeks, ensuring that we get good people to want to go through the public notification process, apply and be part of this steering group going forward. Councillor Barker.
Good point, Deputy Mayor Lucas, about how we choose the people, because I think we're going through an iterative process now as we've been working through the advisory groups, and I think this will be 3 down, 1 to go, and possibly many more. So I think it was really important to add in how we're going to choose the panel, about how choosing the reps. And I know that I pushed for open expressions of interest, because during the Heritage, when we did the Heritage Advisory Group last year for the plan, that was a really, really good process, and we actually got a whole lot of people applying who might not have actually thought to pick, and they were really valuable in the process. And we've clearly stated to the industry, and it has been a bit like having elephant babies, the gestation process has been very, very long, because we've been waiting for the strategic refresh, we've been waiting for our advisory group templates, and we passed those back in June. So we're just doing the series of the advisory group coming through. This is, I'm just trying to look, and it's mentioned we've got a partnership of the community reps, the council and mana whenua. We've been very clear about that, with 3 specific places for visitor sector representatives and 2 for the community as part of the destination, and I think that's really important as well, as this just isn't a visitor sector plan, it's also about the community who share the impacts of visitors upon them. So I think that the makeup is pretty good. We can always do better. The destination management plan has been a very long process. I don't even want to think how long, but we have got a new destination manager on board since April, and I feel confident that we will have a much faster progress with implementing the destination plan now, and this is just another step in revving it up and getting it moving.
Any further speakers? Councillor Hurley, what was that? Okay. Yeah, okay. Apologies. No. I actually think, no, to be honest, I actually think we are in question time. I hadn't moved it. I hadn't moved it? Take it. Okay, all right. Sorry, I'm just, it's been long. No, it's Councillor Barker. Yeah, so Councillor Benson Pope's given me a dirty look from the end of the table as if I'd done something wrong, so I'm just trying to work my way through that. Okay, so, okay. Any other persons wanting to speak to the motion? No. Okay, I put it as per the screen. All in favour, say aye. Aye. Against? Passed. Thank you. Items for consideration by the chair. Any items for consideration? No. I declare this meeting closed at 2:58 p.m. Thank you.